Morning everybody, just bear with me, I'm just setting up. As you can see, it's a bit foggy. Good morning, Ken Alloway. How are you, my friend? I figured you'd be an early riser. Yeah, foggy. I'm not quite sure what the prognosis is going to be honest. Which will be interesting. It's supposed to be a dry day, where it was when I checked at early o'clock, but heavy cloud. So, ouchie. I mean, as you can see, visibility is pretty poor, isn't it? As for me, Ken, I'm absolutely fine. It's been an interesting day and a bit. Absolutely love this place. It is a plane spotting mecca, there's no question about that. And yeah, I think we've got a reasonable prospect of seeing some KLM action. Good morning, Aidan Waldeck. How are you, my friend? Thanks for confirming on the audio, Ken, because I am still in that phase of everything's plugged in and working, but have I got it how it all should be? I'm a bit of a creature of a habit. Okay, I suppose I better weatherproof a couple of things while I'm in the ascendancy. That sounds something heavy. To a slightly different spot this morning, so I'm probably, I don't know, about 300 meters further down the runway, which if this pesky fog will lift will be quite good. So that was the Chicago arrival. Excellent. Have to excuse me while I blow my nose. Whilst yesterday was very much a spring day, today's blinking perishing. Good thing I brought my pocket warmers. In fact, now I think about it, I'll put my hat on as well. So I suppose this is where I use the old pun, isn't it? What's happening next? Not the foggiest. thing to open up, haven't I? I've just realised. Right, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, beanies on. Pocket warmers ready to be ripped out the sachets. In fact, I think I'm going to do it now. These things are like worth their weight in gold. They really are. Well, assuming I can work out how to get them out of the packet. Take them out, give it a shake. Jobs are good. How's things up in Alloway, Ken? Ah, and there would be a lull in arrivals, wouldn't there? When I was weighing up the early starts, and I would have liked to have set up sooner, but you know how it is with the long haul brigade, they can make up quite a bit of time, can't they, in the night? I just feel a bit better if this fog would move. There's a gentle breeze at the back on me. Southwest, I think they tell me. Ah, fantastic, Ken. Next incoming, a China Southern A350. Yeah, that's the stuff we're talking about. Still dark in Alloway. To be fair, I don't think it's been that light that long here. Although I'm getting the perception the fog is starting to lift. But I get the sense that daylight wants to break through proper, so fingers crossed. So, China Southern 350. There was another 350, I think it was Singapore, which I was hoping might run late so we could catch it, but can't have it all, can you? See, I've just got our China Southern up on flight radar now, so shouldn't be too long. I do love the way flight radar says 1 minute. You know, I often remark it's you can normally add 2 more on, can't you? It's a shame we couldn't have got a bit more of it with this fog. So let's have a look. I don't know how many people we've got watching. Not many, I would imagine, at this fairly early hour. Tablet seems to have froze. No, Ken, I did say I was going to watch the Antonov, didn't I? But in the end I was just too knackered. Well, I had another little drama as well, which seems, blimey, eminently avoidable. Do you know what? I'm just going to have to power my tablet down, so sorry I won't be able to see the chat for a minute. Everything seems to have frozen. So anyway, the drama I was talking about, I hadn't got a Continental electricity adapter, power adapter. I thought I had, but I hadn't. So it was a quick trip down to the airport and got myself one. Luckily there was plenty of choice, so I was basically cracking on with trying to make sure I got enough charge into everything for today. A little bit of electric here, a little bit there, and I think I've just about shared the available charging time out to decent effect. I can't believe it, blinking tablet's frozen. So I've got a tablet that won't accept being powered down. All the tabs are froze. Can't get the battery out of it. Ken, I'm going to have to rely on you, mate, to, or I'll remind people anyway, I may not be in the chat other than by phone, I suppose. Let's have to do it that way. Bit trouble with why I can't get this to do anything. Oh, plan B. I'll have to be a bit cautious though with my use of the phone. On account I need to retain enough juice to be able to summon my taxi. Perils of outside broadcast, eh? Right, let's get into YouTube. Certainly picking up plenty of spray. Paul Usher, good morning to you. How's things? Just saying to Ken, I don't know if you caught it, I'm not in the chat proper at the minute. My tablet's frozen and won't power down. What's next in, Ken? I'm just wondering if I've got time to take the SIM out of it and try and force a reset another way. Anyway, back to the Jerry's show. I take it the Antonov was a good thing, Ken, in terms of entertainment. I'll have to catch it up once I'm back in the UK. sounds in the background are just me tippling. Just looking for the key to get into my tablet. Done. Sorry I'm a bit quiet folks, I'm just trying to come up with a plan B. So good morning to anyone that's joined us recently from a pretty foggy Amsterdam Schiphol airport. I'm supposing that's one of the Dell 330s that was due in during the first hour. So anyway, good morning, I'm Mark, your host from Plain Sailing Aviation. Kind of winging it this morning. It seems apart from the fog I'm fated with some other things, so just catching the chat up. Quickening Cat, good morning to you. Oh, actually not good morning to you, is it? Well, might not be far off good morning to you actually. this? I'm having a technical nightmare. Nell W, good morning to you. How are you? Is it foggy where you are? Cathay Spotter, hello. How's things? So anyway, yes, good morning everybody. Bit suboptimal at the minute. We're a little bit further on from the spot that we used yesterday, so we'd be closer to when the wheels hit the deck. Of course the fog is at the minute still an issue, but I get the sense it's lifting if I'm honest, although I suppose if I live around here I'd probably be able to read it a bit better. I'm not really in the chat proper. It's not yesterday's problem where I turned out without my easel. I've got my easel today, but my tablet is frozen, as in frozen solid. So at the minute I'm reliant on having a look at the phone, basically. In fact, I've just had an idea, because I'm worried about the data burn on my phone. But I suppose if I link this up to my hotspot, right, I have a plan. My favourite saying this morning, isn't it? I have a plan. Right, that's connected my phone to my hotspot. How is everybody today anyway? Weekend's halfway through, but still plenty of Sunday to go, isn't there? Right, I'm back. Thank you Quickening Cat in Rare 190. Very elegant, you're quite right. So Nell says it's going to be dry till 1 o'clock. I'll take that. I'll be gone by then, so if the fog goes soonest, that'd be great. And now, yes, I think it will be a good spot once that fog just shifts a bit more. But one thing at a time. Let's look at Nell's temperatures. 6 to 11. It said, I think, 8 to 10 here, certainly during the time of the broadcast, so it's bearable. I've got my pocket warmers on, beanies on my head, pretty toasty. Alright, thanks Noel. First hours of the day. Sounds like the UK Met Office, that one. Stretch the forecast to fit every possibility. They're just so anxious about being called wrong on this, aren't they? Well, I came for the heavies, but we're getting a few Embraers as well, aren't we? Smart as they are. No, I've not got a cushion, Nell. I don't tend to sit down once I'm broadcasting. Right, I'm going to have to find some better way of positioning this phone. Thanks Ken. So that was an inbound from Bergen. Cheers buddy. Actually, to be honest, this bench isn't too bad. No, it's one of those ones that's got like a plasticized finish on it. So not too bad. There's a few of those water coots knocking about. If I can't give you enough plane action, we'll be converting to birds. Birds of Schiphol Airport. I think we're getting closer to be able to see wheels down, aren't we? One of the deltas, I think. Hell of a plane. I was saying earlier on the broadcast to Ken, I think at the beginning, major cock up at my end yesterday. I had absolutely everything I needed, packed, except one of those UK to continental travel power converter socket thingies. Plugs. Let's settle on plug, shall we? So that was a quick dash to the airport last night, because obviously everything was pretty light on power. And then the strangest of things, the room itself hadn't got a kettle in it. So I've stayed with Moxie hotels before, which are part of the Marriott chain at Edinburgh, and I'm sure the room had a kettle and mugs and stuff. So that was the strangest of things. So I'm brewless. Yeah, Ken, I think the sound was pretty epic, wasn't it? I think that was one of the reasons why I wanted to move up the track. Just give us a bit more sound. And by the looks of it, a bit of spray. Definitely rained in the night. So what we've got next in, an Embraer 175 from Linköping, Sweden. I'll stand ready. That's the other downside, isn't it, of a misty morning. You can't see the planes far enough out. Whereas yesterday we were quite blessed, weren't we, with visibility. Well, I can see one of the towers now, and that traversing delta. Oh, some bird patrol action. Look out for those water cutes on the runway. Anyway, enough of that. There's our arriving Embraer from Linköping. It's a little bit of drizzle starting up. Well, thanks for pointing that out, Nell, about it not being standard in mainland European hotels. I think I must have just become out of practice with overseas travel. I thought no matter, I'll nip to McDonald's and get a coffee on the way here. They weren't open either. Well, not open early enough. Anyway, other than the lack of a kettle, hotel was fine. Really decent night's sleep. Staff were very friendly. bother go unblocking my tablet while we seem to have a gap. You'd think, wouldn't you, that the usual routine of holding power on and force a reset, but it jolly well isn't. I'm just coffee with milk now, or tea. I'm always in those camps. I think it might be the common denominator of caffeine, if I knew the truth. Who knew that caffeine would be so essential? Just excuse me, I'm just diving into a snack bar. Thank you, Ken. Heavy alert. KLM A330-200 in from Washington. I just had to try and get a photograph of that. Probably won't come out any good, but the spray was pretty awesome. getting your message quick and cat. Did you need more sound than that? In fact, yeah, let's just check on that. Would you like more sound? I can up it. When I first set up, it seemed quite windy. You know, you get that kind of wind noise in the background. But so I tweaked things down a bit. I know you can hear me okay, but in terms of getting good sound off the planes. So what we got next up? Thanks, Ken. A KLM Embraer E2 from Lyon. Nell, thanks for confirming. I'll leave the sound where it is. I have this kind of weird thing where I think you can never have too much airplane noise, can you? There's something quite pencil-like, isn't there, about the E2? Gorgeous plane. Good morning, Captain U Productions. How are you this fine morning? United 787 incoming. Just what we like. Standing by at this end. Thanks, quickening cats. In terms of enhancements, you've got to do what you've got to do, haven't you? For no logical reason, I keep hoping this tablet is gonna unfreeze itself, but I think we all know that's not gonna happen. And of course it's fully charged, so it's gonna have to wait a while before it powers itself off. Oh, it's a Dreamliner 10. Excellent. Another good reason to start a bit earlier. We'd have missed that otherwise. So unfortunately, with the tablet frozen, all the additional notes I had assembled for the show are stuck within that. So I haven't got much by way of extras this morning. Hopefully the aviation traffic will fill that void off. I couldn't decide whether I was glum or chuffed with the fact that Leicester City managed to get a point after their encounter with Brentford yesterday. Anyway, enough on that. There'll be some tired people on that plane, won't there? So, welcome to anybody that's joined us since the start of the broadcast. Plain Sailing Aviation, second day at Amsterdam Schiphol. We have moved position since yesterday, 300 metres or thereabouts. But the plan has been slightly hindered by the unexpected appearance of some fog, but it does feel like the fog is lifting inch by inch. Captain U Productions, Bangkok Sulban Abu, I'll not manage to pronounce that with any real clarity. Is that the principal airport at Bangkok? It is one of those places I would like to stream from. I'm not saying we're gonna. I've got this idea in my head that there is a Thai Airways in Leicester City livery, but I might be wrong. Being an ardent Leicester City fan, well, Captain U, the really hot bits probably a bit more of a problem for me, or maybe it's even the equipment too actually. But the beauty of going to places that you don't normally see is all the extra adventure that comes with it. Airlines you're unfamiliar with. You don't seem to see an awful lot of live stream action, do you, in the sort of Singapore, Thailand, moving westward to India. I mean, India in particular, I don't know if it's because you just can't get the signal in consistent strength around the airport, but you think it would be there'd be a bit more live stream going on than there is. There's quite a few Indian aviation channels. Quite like Calcutta Aviation, but last I looked he wasn't a live streamer. studying in Thailand? What are you studying, my friend? And Singapore is definitely on my watch list, because I've got this round the world tour that I want to do in the next couple of years. Circumnavigate the globe on my favourite combination of airlines and plane types, and Singapore is almost certainly on that stop off list. Martin Gallagher, good morning to you. Hope all is good. And Captain Yu, thank you for calling our KLM 330 on its way in from Calgary. I have my eyes on the horizon. Let's just bring the camera around. Oh, this doesn't look very 330ish, does it? Serenely gliding past. Sorry folks, I just managed to kick the tripod. Not the smartest move. So just to give folks who may not have seen this yesterday a quick sense of where we are and what we're up to. So on screen you'll have the schematic for Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. We are back at the Polder Barn again, so 18-hour operations. The blue spot is roughly where I'm standing, so that just gives people a sense of the setup here if you're unfamiliar with it. Better get back to the action. Coot alert! Definitely taking it all in its stride. Martin Gallagher, glad to see you've got the weather with you, mate. Bit of sunshine would be well received here, no question. Thanks Ken. Our next arrival being a KLM Embraer 175 from Humberside. Fucking good old Blighty. So let's get ready. saying on yesterday's show, takes about 20 minutes or thereabouts from wheels down to the actual terminal building. Certainly that's what it took us yesterday, and we weren't waiting for traffic or anything. Such is the scale of this place. What I couldn't get over yesterday, and I must have remarked several times during the show, is how many people were down here. It really is a people magnet. I mean, they've got a proper spotter park here at Polderbarn, and popular it was. Great big snack wagon here. They really do have all the bases covered from a plane spotting experience. Ken Alloway, thank you mate. I completely neglected, such was the frustration I got with my setup this morning, to say to folks, well, apart from welcome to the show, but please do hit the like button if you like what you see, fog notwithstanding, and consider subscribing to the channel if you're not already subscribed. If you are already subscribed, you have my enduring appreciation. Thank you. All those things help us with YouTube. Martin asks, did I go over the motorway on the wrong way? No, I don't think I did, mate. Oh, Ken's calling a heavy arrival. A330. I'm just going to give things a little bit of a wipe down then in the meantime. It's not raining, it's just that moisture that builds up. There we go. Like that. So we'll stay with that while it turns off. To be fair, we're not going to be able to see it for much longer anyway. Thank you, Ken. Next arrival being a KLM 737 from the greatest of places, Newcastle, UK. Home of the channel, exactly. Right, better watch out then, let's get the camera back. Certainly the KLM 737 I travelled with yesterday was absolutely immaculate. Cleanest plane I've ever travelled on. God's honest truth. pretty full flight as well yesterday. Don't see many spare seats. Bit of water scoot action. Scrapping over the fishes, no doubt. You know, I think it's getting worse at that end. It's only about now that it starts to clear a bit. All teed up and ready for the next. Ah, you see Martin Gallagher. They're not moorhens. They might make similar sounds. I don't know. They are water coots. And we do seem to have a lot of them. In fact, other than a few crows that I spotted yesterday and a couple of jackdaws, it's been all water coots. So I think once the show finishes and I get myself to the airport, I'm going to take myself off to the panoramic terrace, whichever it is. Always panorama, I'm thinking of that UK hard news programme. Thing is, Martin, this bird watching caper, I've discovered it's more complicated than the aviation scene. Different plumages and so forth, different sounds. I don't think I'll be setting up a bird watching channel anytime soon. Simon Kirby, good morning to you, sir. From a very, very foggy Amsterdam Schiphol airport. Didn't catch your football result. All we managed was a mangy draw against Brentford, which I don't think really helps much. Yeah, Ken's pulling all the levers this morning in the control room. You have my eternal gratitude, Ken. Rendered more complicated by the fact that my own kit at this end means I'm relying on a mobile phone to be in the chat. So thanks, Ken. It's a good thing you're an early riser. I didn't think I'd see Eddie. He's taking his mum out for breakfast, I think. Being the good son that he is. Oh crikey, sorry Simon, I forgot it was Friday night you played. Yeah, I did know that result. I can't say it's jet lag, can I? I've only flown 50 minutes away. But yeah, you're right. I must have commented on that in the chat with yourself and Andrew NUFC yesterday. Yeah, well, we've nicked a point back on you then. Right, heavy incomer, 777. Eyes are peeled. All the way from Houston, Texas. Tempted to get the lens a wipe, but I'll wait till this one's in. Off into the gloom it goes. Simon Kirby, did not know that, mate. Last I knew the 7.8s were still paused. That's good then, it just shows it was a relatively minor issue. Oh my lord. I've seen Ken's message with 100 years livery. I'm going to fire a picture off, folks, if I can get it. just looking at the chat, did they say, Ken, what the fuselage issue was? Next arrival, KLM 737 from Glasgow, Scotland. Andy P, indeed, where are you? Simon, I did see the orange one, but I was setting up when it arrived, so didn't manage to capture it for posterity, sadly. The local motorcycle police just driving by. No worries, Ken. I'm just curious. At the time I wondered whether it was some new component type issue, because I don't think they were suggesting there was a retro fit type concern. Anyway, sorted. And excellent news, incoming Delta from JFK at 3:30-300. So I will endeavour to pick it up as soon as I can. Now is the moment to wipe the lens, I think. Whether it makes any difference, I don't know. It's hard to tell. There's a film on the outer side of the camera. Do not adjust your set. Probably won't make any difference. The lens doesn't feel like it's attracted any moisture. There seems to be the outer casing. Yeah, Simon, when they say certification issues, it could be everything, can't it? From the mundane to the intensely complex. Very political language. Certification issues. Ken says, Air France Sky Team livery A320 on its way from Paris to Charles de Gaulle. Eyes appeal, Ken. See it? Pea soupy, isn't it? Yeah, I rather like that. I do like the Sky Team livery. Be quite a nice flourish if KLM could arrange to fly me back on a 7.3 in Sky Team livery this afternoon. They have got one. No, the fog's not lifting much, Ken. I'm coming to the conclusion that it may be one of those where we are better to finish the show earlier. To be honest, I'll take a view from you good people in the chat. Don't want to be consuming your Sundays watching essentially, I don't know, 100 yards worth, 200 yards worth of aircraft travel. I think Carl's having a lie-in, Ken. Can't fault him, can you, really? But yeah, do shout it out, folks, if you think it's too foggy to be worth watching on the, you know, on the channel. Let me know. It is one of those things. Airfields and fog, not strangers, and I think Schiphol is probably one of the places that attracts its fair share. I seem to remember a Mac stream from here some time back that was fog bound, or was it Brussels? I might be confusing myself. Either which way, fog is what fog is. So let me know. 7.3 I arrived on, Simon. I think I'd originally gone on record as saying I'd like to go back on an Embraer. Never flown on an Embraer before, but I would accept a 7.3 in Sky Team livery, definitely. Bit of water coop music, I think. Yeah, I'll tell you what we're going to do, Ken, because I know we're all optimistic that it's going to improve, but I think if we'll give it another 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because I think it's actually getting worse. I mean, look. Yeah, and I think as well, when I look at the prospects, I've been kind of guided by the fact that I could feel the sun trying to break through above my head, or that sense. But I wonder if some of that is just daylight picking up, because there's no question it's getting harder to find the plane on landing, and equally when they pass us they disappear off into the gloom fairly quickly. Simon. You know your luck's in, fella, don't you? When you've got a membership for a stream that you didn't watch. Oh dear, that's made me smile. You probably need to do a lottery ticket, don't you? Okay, next arrival, KLM 737 from Zurich. By gum. Kevin Payne, good morning to you, sir. Clear blue sky in County Durham. We could do with a bit of that fast tracking across the North Sea, my friend. It just seems to be fog followed by more fog. In fact, I know it's getting worse because I can't see the tower anymore. So there's the guide. Can't believe it, I'm absolutely gutted because this is such a good spot. Anyone else here, Ken? Nah, just people biking by every sort of, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. I can see a guy on the far horizon coming my way. No dog walkers. Thanks, Kevin. I don't think it's going to arrive soon enough, mate. If anything, it's getting worse. I think I'll make the call on the next arrival, and because I'm really grateful for the support I get on this channel, and I don't want to broadcast fog. So let's see what the next one looks like, because I think we're losing focus each time now, which is a sure sign the fog's rolling in. Yeah, thanks, Ken. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button and consider subscribing. Not every day is a foggy day with plain sailing aviation. I got up full of high hopes this morning, but them's the breaks. As it goes, yesterday it wasn't too bad from a rain point of view. There was a rain threat, we had a bit of rain, but it didn't interrupt the broadcast. So you've got to take the rough with the smooth, haven't you? I think what I'll do in the second part of the day, if we draw to an early close, is take myself round to the panoramic viewing terrace, and if it becomes viable, I'll look to do some filming there for feature footage rather than live broadcast. I won't say that I'm going to put up a pop-up stream, because people won't necessarily know, will they? And you'll all have other fish to fry. Bit of a lull, there would be. How long to the next one, do you think, Ken? Sorry, I'm just running off the YouTube thing on my phone. I daren't toggle. Will not get you back. Looks like they've got a runway patrol on the go. You can tell we've run out of action. Here we go. Just getting a sense for visibility. It's pretty ghastly, isn't it? Okay, thanks Ken. We have an Air France Embraer 190 from Marseille, 2 minutes or so out. Got about 6 minutes. I went small battery first, thinking I'll do what I did yesterday, do a change and put it on charge. But doesn't look like we were potentially going to need the second battery. It's all rather eerie actually. Morning. That'll be the first walker of the day I've seen. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go for the battery change. Oh, noting there's a Dreamliner. Right, screen will go blank and then I'll get you back on. There you go. I think the walker that went past must have thought I was off my trolley. Ah, James Herbert, The Fog comes to mind. Yeah, I read that myself, Ken. It must have been a teenager back then. The Fog, the Rats, the Lair. And as for the battery change, that wasn't bad really, was it? All things considered. Just doing a bit of wiping down. I'm just wondering whether that Air France arrival has gone to one of the other runways. They were operating 2 yesterday for arrivals. Yeah, Ken, don't worry mate, the battery was right under my nose. Otherwise, yeah, who knows? Can't see any sign of anything. I'm wondering if they're going elsewhere. Oh, out of the gloom and back into it. So if I remember correctly, the Dreamliner should be a couple of minutes behind this. Sorry folks, in swiping the phone with the tissue to try and get the drizzle off it, I've managed to throw myself out the chart. Takes some skill to do that, you know. I'm back. So really sorry about this folks, especially anyone that's just joined us. So if you have joined since the opening of the show, belated good morning from me, Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. Things not really gone to script at all today, a couple of equipment glitches, but most obviously the fog is the problem that we're wrestling with. So we'll watch the chewy Dreamliner down and then we might bring it to an early close. Hoping I'm going to see a sign that things are improving. About half an hour, 40 minutes ago, I could see the tower, or one of the control towers. Now I can't see it at all. So it doesn't feel like things are moving in the right direction. Ken Alloway says, an Aer Lingus A320 coming from Dublin. Wonder if Carl will be up in time for that one. Just appreciate it. It's not just the camera that's attracting condensation. Everything seems to have a layer of drizzle across it. Suitcase, rucksack. It's like a stealth drizzle. I can hear the plane. So as we watch our Aer Lingus A320 arrival peel away off 18 right, we stand by for our Dreamliner. Or has that gone elsewhere, Ken? I have this notion they might be operating 2 runways again. That's just me doing a bit of dusting, taking the drizzle off. So, incoming Dreamliner from Willemstad, Caribbean. Standing by. Yeah, I think I can see it. Boy, are those passengers going to get a shock when they get off. All that unbridled sunshine they'll have been used to. Back to a proper pea super. Good morning, Eddie. How are you, my friend? Janelle, good morning to you also. Thanks for dropping by and giving me the like. Yeah, I'm hoping on the fog. I'm literally prevaricating on whether to rod up early. I don't wanna. But it's certainly suboptimal at the minute. I wasn't sure if you were going to be joining us, Eddie, at this end of the day. I got this notion you were taking your mum out for breakfast. I may have that wrong. It's been a bit of mayhem at this end. So my tablet, which yesterday was a problem because I hadn't got the easel for it. Well, I remember the easel today, but the tablet's frozen, absolutely frozen solid. So I'm having to rely on the mobile phone for the chart, which is a real pain. I'm just getting the half a notion that things might be improving. But that's probably an illusion, isn't it? Ah, you're wrapping some presents, are you? Just remember, fathers like gifts on Mother's Day too, you know. Shouldn't be getting any. That's me, that is, not Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm sure you'll be rewarding her royally. Tech frozen. Can't even power it down. Yeah, first Wookiee of the show, Ken. Who doesn't like the Wookiee? Great plane. So that had arrived from Riga, Latvia. Well, it's the quietest Sunday morning I can remember for some time. So having snuck a quick peek on the phone, it looks like we've got an EasyJet baby bus on the way in. I'm sure Ken's called it in the chat. I'm just trying to get a sense for what's in the stack. Well, in fact, have we got a stack? Just catching up with the chat. Good morning to Robin Harrison. Welcome to a very foggy Amsterdam Schiphol airport. Just looking over my shoulder there because I thought I could detect the sun breaking through. Seemingly not. What's the weather in Morecambe anyway, Robin? Please tell me you've got no fog. Hang on. Eddie, what you done? Algernon, Sir Gravy, good morning to you. Hope all is good. Yankees, Dealoff, good morning to you. Jill B, good morning to you. I can hear something approaching. So let's swing into action. Ah, an Edelweiss. And regulars of the channel will know that this is a firm favourite of mine, livery wise. Bit lively, but it gives a very happy feeling, even on a foggy day. Lovely. Yep, a happy livery. think I was saying on yesterday's show, I kind of figure KLM to be a happy livery too, just not in the same kind of category as Edelweiss. Come on Eddie, you've got to tell me what you've done. What have you posted? Plain Sailing Aviation having a Sunday giveaway or something. Oh dear. Oh, staying with the Alps, we have an Austrian A320 from Vienna. Somewhere out there in the gloom. Although, like I say, I get this notion that things might be getting a little bit better, but mainly behind me. Of course, the other thing I'm going to have to watch using the phone to be in the chat is I need battery for my Uber. Otherwise it's a fairly long yomp all the way to the airport terminal. There you are. Ah, okay Eddie. Thanks Yankees, deal off. 777 on its way from San Francisco. 10 minutes, good stuff. We do like a spot of 777 action here. Right. Camera pointing the right way. Just excuse me folks, I'm just going to give everything a quick wipe round again. Just take some of that drizzle off. So next inward, thanks Ken, is a British Airways A320 from London Heathrow. Got my eyes peeled. Oh my lord, not that peeled. I really didn't see that one. have a quick look, see what the Met Office say in terms of fog lifting, or even if they know we've got fog. So let's have a look. Amsterdam, Schiphol Airport. It's got drizzle now through till about 11 o'clock, whereas it's more fog than drizzle. Thanks Ken, Air Bulgaria. All the way from Sofia. I'll chase after him. They'll be gone before I get there. Yeah, you're right Ken, for a moment I thought, am I looking at a dwelling in the gloom, but no, it definitely looked ghostly. Wonder if it's operating as a wet lease. Ah, the next arrival is a Vueling A320 from Rome. There's something, I just can't see it. Excellent news, Ken. A Wookiee alert. An Air Baltic A220 from Vilnius, Lithuania. Well, let's hope we get a Wookiee howl. Right, I'll stand by, see if I can spot it at its earliest convenience. I can see it. That was more a Sunday morning Wookiee. Just getting out of bed. Quitting cat. I love your emojis. And it looks like real music. Thanks, Jan. Our 777 on its way in. Better get ready for that then, aren't I? Now, I don't know if that Wookiee came in slightly longer, but I got the feeling that visibility was improving slightly in that direction. We'll see. Yeah, quitting cat. Wookiee light. Tired Wookiee. Seen some walkers go by. That's 3 so far, which I think is not many at all. I thought we'd see quite a few more people. Just bear with me, folks, while I make a technical adjustment. Just spotted my encoder wasn't charging, which is not a problem because it's still got plenty of juice in it. But you know what they say, stitching time saves 9. Diet Wookiee. Oh, good stuff. So Ken's in with a heavy alert, tucking in behind Jan's on that one. This is the KLM 777 from San Francisco. Right, nice little tester for us in terms of how things are improving. If we can get to see the wheels down. Certainly hear it. They certainly know something about good fogs, don't they, San Francisco Bay? Or can do. That just disappeared, or disappearing. Ah, Eddie with the emoji. Very good. Oh, thanks Ken. We've got an incoming KLM in SkyTeam livery. 737 from Tel Aviv. We'll stand by. Standing by for action. Yeah, just sort of giving a sense of how things are here. It seems to be marginally better to my left and not so good to the right. And the weather itself is mostly coming behind me. So that's somewhat inconclusive. Yeah, Ken, I'm actually in the same camp as you. Talking about planes with a taxi driver on the way to the spot this morning. He was asking me my favourite, and I said, well, taking Concorde out the equation, which would be my pinnacle, the 747, and hot on the heels of the 350-1000. With a colour scheme like that, it's soon going to disappear into the fog, isn't it? Absolutely struggled to pick that up. Ah, very good, Eddie. Ruggedness of the 777. I mean, they're all powerful planes, aren't they? I mean, Eddie will know this, but people in the chat won't. After we'd packed up yesterday and I'd meandered on further to reconnoitre for today's spot, a Martin Air 747 came in. It's only about 20 minutes after the stream finished. Oh man, absolutely beautiful sight, and the smell of aviation fuel afterwards was just really evocative stuff. Oh, Ken's in with a Wookiee alert. Is this going to be Wookiee light? Sunday Wookiee? Or full-throated Wookiee? Standing by, Ken. So there's another Air Baltic, this one in from Tallinn, Estonia. Right, I will try to do better with this than I did with the last. Very good quickening cap. Chocolate dipped and sprinkled with hundreds and thousands Wookiee. Oh dear, very good. Right, we've got to stay for the Queen, haven't we? This is going to break my heart if I'm filming it in fog. There's no way we're leaving a Queen on the table, folks. Thanks for that, Jan. So, just having a quick look at the prognosis on flight radar. Looks like we've got a Mitsubishi CRJ 900ER next in that Nordica livery, which those of you who joined us on the Edinburgh show a few weeks back will know I was particularly excited about. Whether we'll be able to see it to satisfaction now will be interesting. Not really. So folks, I really didn't pick that up. Such a great livery though, look at this. So yes, let's have a look. That's a good point, Eddie, of plain sailing aviation. I've not seen a Soprano neither. That's the great thing about being on tour, going to a different airport, seeing some different stuff. You see a lot of things you recognise, and then you see another bunch of things that you really haven't seen before. So next in, thanks Ken, is a lot Embraer 190 from Warsaw. So I'm going to see if I can try and do better with this. Sadly, Eddie of Plain Sailing Aviation, I'm not sure we'll be pulling in the 1118 Orange Pride livery. I'd love to, and I think we've got the range to do it, but the conditions just don't give me the sense that it's going to be worth streaming to that amount of time. No, Simon, you're right, the fog is stodgy. Wind's just started to pick up at the back of me, but as I look over the fields, it just looks like more of the same, if I'm honest. Of course, you do know the minute I stop streaming, the fog will start to lift El Rapide. It's a great nuisance, isn't it? I mean, there's no question of that. So you're having a quick butchers at what's coming in. We've just spotted an Air Europa Dreamliner also heading our way. Nell W, are you still in the chat? Thanks, Ken. Confirmation on the Air Europa being 2 out. Sorry folks, I was a bit distracted there. I swear that was an electric tractor that went behind me. Oh crikey, I must have missed that, Ken. So just for the benefit of the chat, I was thinking along the lines of bringing things to a close with the Queen's arrival, because I just don't think it's getting significantly better, and that seemed to be a good thing to finish on. But Nell and her husband and children are in Amsterdam for some other business, and they're dropping by to say hello about 10:30. So I'll keep streaming until I've said hello. I don't know if she wants to say hello in front of the camera or anything, but either which way, we had agreed to meet up, so I'll stick around for that. So if I'm sticking around, I'll keep the camera rolling. It's the trouble when you're relying entirely on the mobile phone. Check how the power's all holding up, and it is. For some reason, Simon Kirby, the Brussels Airlines planes always seem to make me think of Croatia. Yes, welcome back, Paul Rusher. How's things? Just looking through the chat. Oh, hang on a minute, I must have missed this. Ken's got himself a telescope, it appears. Don't worry, I'll soon find a way of giving me the telescope. I'm a perennial serial offender. Well, I don't know about you folks, but I love the sound of that. Some good tyres on as well. See the spray that were coming up. Obviously that's the engines more than the wheels, but right, that's what's lined up. Yeah, thanks Ken. It definitely sounded good trackside, no question. Alibi 58. Welcome, mate. It's been one foggy morning, my friend. Oh, Ken's weighed in with a heavy alert. Standing by. An A330-300 from Boston. In next. Whose is that, Ken? Is that Delta? Better get myself ready, ain't I? Yeah, I can see it. And that answered its own question. Sorry, I hadn't seen the KLM bit, Ken. Yeah, beautiful. Remind me, is that the first KLM 330 we've seen during the show? Oops, crikey. Another Vueling incoming. Better get trained up. Not sure if that was an illusion, but that was slightly easier to pick up, the last one. Something must be improving at this end because the drizzly feeling has abated. I'll not have to do any wiping down for a bit now. Tell you what, cycling must be great fun in Holland. One of those pesky hills to deal with. Being the kind of fella who prefers his riding nice and flat. Carl Shield, good morning to you. How's things, my friend? You've certainly caught us on a very foggy day. So good morning to anybody else that has joined recently from foggy Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So we're trying to make the best of the conditions at the minute. Optimism abides, but I don't know, it feels a little bit like it's stuck weather-wise. Ken confirms we have an incoming Finnair A321 from Helsinki. I don't think we saw many 321s yesterday, if I remember. I may be flawed in my recollection. It's that Finnair A350 on my top 10 list. Every time I go Heathrow, I always seem to see it when I haven't got a camera to hand. Can't really get much closer. I can imagine this spot yesterday, for that matter, because I was watching it through the camera, but on a nice sunny day it really would be something to behold. But you can see them lined up sort of 5 and 6 out. Okay, so the Queen of the Skies, Suparna Airways, all the way from Nanjing. Right, I'll put the phone down now because I can't afford to miss this one. Plane of the day. I could stay another 7 hours and I wouldn't top that. Whew. Local gendarme just passing behind me in the Genial 2. Andy P, good morning to you. Just catching up with the chat. Hope things are good. Eddie of Plain Sailing Aviation. Yeah, I think that Plane of the Day award is not premature. Gorgeous. Jan gives it 3 thumbs. I'm inclined to agree. In fact, actually, I'm going to go nuts and say let's give it 5, unless 3's the max. Gorgeous. Carl asks, has the A380 arrived yet? Someone's going to have to help me out here, because obviously kit wise I'm struggling. Have we got a 380 during the show? Jan, thank you so much, my friend. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you clearer visibility, force majeure and all that, but it's been a pleasure to be in your company. Hope you can join us next time out. Do take care. So Andy P, how's things, mate? Sunday-ish and all that. Do you know what? I'm gonna have to say this, and this is not me saying you should set your alarm clock alibi, because obviously modding is you fit it where you fit it. But Ken's been an absolute brick this morning. He was there before me. In fact, now I think about it, he's always there before me. But in all seriousness, all of you moderators do a great job. And the way you work between yourselves is just fantastic. Proper teamwork. As I say, teamwork makes the dream work. You get some breakfast, Ken. Rainer, good morning to you. What's the weather conditions in Berlin? Yeah, I'm keeping well, thanks Andy P. Feeling a bit frustrated with the fog, but it's been a fantastic weekend in terms of being in Amsterdam. Great place. Out of the fog and back into it. So how's things, Alibi? So let's check it out. Rainer says in Berlin the sun has just disappeared and will start to rain. You have my enduring sympathy, my friend. Most definitely. Peter PDK, good morning, happy Sunday to you. Let's just get ourselves lined up for the next arrival. it really is a case of being quick to put the phone down and jumping on the camera when you see the headlights poke through the glue. Rough. Alibi, does that mean you had a good night last night? Because there's degrees of roughness, isn't there? Like under the weather roughness, and the consequences of having a fabulous time the night before kind of roughness, which I reckon's, well, I don't know actually, my appetite for hangovers has markedly decreased as I've got older, but you know, at the time it always seems a good idea. Anyway, which kind of rough? Sorry about that, folks, a little bit hasty on the switch. Reminds me I need to get my hands back in pockets. Well, I've got my pocket warmers on the go, or hand warmers, call them what you will. Is that a rugby reference, Eddie? I tend to be more about the football, to be honest, with a loose interest around rugby, polite interest. Tell you what, I'm going to peel off and give you some water coot action. The cult bird of this tour. There we go. Out for a stroll, Mr. and Mrs. Coot. Coot watch. Could barely pick this one up. I think I can safely say the sound was better than the visual. So folks, what we'll do, because originally I was going to finish after the Queen's arrival, but Nell W, one of our mods, and her husband and kids are on the way here to say hi. So we'll keep streaming until I've met Nell and said hi, and then I think we'll bring us to an early finish. I think she's expected to be here in the next half hour or so. I think they've got a dinner appointment in Amsterdam, so it's only a very fleeting visit, but I don't really want to, well, to be honest with you, I was going to sit here, come what may, to say hello. Having travelled all the way to Amsterdam, I will not be thwarted at the last, so we'll stick around till then. That fog is not lifting, Ken. I think it's here for the remainder of the show, so like I say, once Nell's been by, I'm going to wrap the show up. I mean, look, that is pretty tricky. Pretty gorgeous too, man. Yep, it's certainly a pea super here. In some respects I prefer a bit of light rain to this, because at least light rain you can kind of mitigate against to some extent. Thanks, Alibi. So we have a Delta 777 inbound from Detroit. So I will keep my eyes on the horizon. When I say horizon, you get the general idea. About 50 yards that way. Certainly hear it. Sorry folks. Checking out that spray, pretty awesome. Is there a telescope award in the house? Mind you, to be fair, I own a telescope there. Ken, I'd like a telescope please. Or Alibi actually, you know, it's a moderator issued award because I failed to pick that plane up in the gloom. I think that's the first American Airlines we've seen this weekend. Well, seen, now disappeared. Okay, I'm hoping folks have still got me. I've now lost the chat on my phone. I'm going to film this and see what. Well folks, I certainly like that. So catching up the chats. Douglas L from Chicago. Hello my friend. Welcome to the stream. Not sure if you've joined us before, but I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So a very warm welcome from me. Not so warm here. One of those horrible drizzly days that we dread at airports. Very foggy. Hey ho. Grateful that you could join us. And hello Jay from Kenya. Warm welcome to you also my friend. We've certainly got some international presence on today's show. I can hear something coming in. I'll be back in the chat in a second. Do that one. Geoded. We'll just rest the camera on Geodis. Jump back into the chat. So we'll swap one foggy end for another. There we go, lined up and ready. Ooh, sounds like we have some jet excitement. Embraer Phenom 300 from Brussels. Oh, Ken says there's a queen in the area. Well, I'm just reflecting on the fact that this Embraer Phenom 300 might be quite hard to spot before it's actually taxiing past my nose. But I'll take the challenge. Eddie at Plain Sailing, you can't get the words out. Plain Sailing Aviation. 5 smiles. That's a lot of smiles from young Eddie. Oh dear. Yeah, spotting an exec jet. Trying to get its wheels down. A bit tricky. Quite stroll. It's not the most promising day. I think if we were in the UK, I'd have said to Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation, I don't think it's worth it. It's probably going to rain. Very good, Ken. I don't know actually. Nell didn't actually say how she was getting here, so can't rule it out. No, joking aside, she did. They are unsurprisingly coming by car. I think they've. Oh, I've missed. I have blinking well missed it. Oh, way too quick for me this. Just taking a quick snap though for one's collection. Make up for the fact that I made a hash of filming it. Right, let's get back and lined up. So let's have a look in the chat. Douglas is saying it's 19 degrees Fahrenheit and clear in Chicago. Okay, that sounds quite chilly. Working my way down. Ken's calling out Eddie for some spamming with emojis. Yeah, I suppose that's excessive use of the smiley face. Yeah, consider yourself warned, Eddie. The moderating team, they take no prisoners. Carl asks, will I be watching the football this evening? Don't know. All things are possible. I was just reflecting, that's the other remarkable thing about spotting here. from what I could tell at the Spotters Park, you don't pay to park either. Can you imagine that in the UK? Sound very likely, does it? Probably have to pay about £6 for 2 hours or something. So yeah, Carl, in terms of the football, I touched down, I think about 5:15 UK time. So I don't know, is the long and short. So what we got, a lofty CRJ 900 in next. Right, I better get the eyes on it. Oh, must be after this one. Sorry, I'm a bit out of sync with the messages. Very out of sync. Let's rest the camera there. Really? How are you? Oh! You're not wanting to be on camera? Folks, I'm just going to point the camera the other way. Oh my lord. You have to excuse me, I'm all cabled up. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
This was a joke, but I mean a really good. I mean that in a good way. I'm gonna have to go to camera. You know this, don't you?
The joke is I take these things serious.
No, well, here we go. Hang on, this
This one is the joke.
No, but that's the one that's going on first. Right, folks. In fact, I've just realised. Sorry about this. Nell's just joined up. You, Nelson?
Yes.
Joshua, I'll shake hands in a minute. In fact, I'm all at 6s and 7s. In fact, let's do hellos first. Folks, you just... Oh, cripes. Queen. Right, first things first, I'm just going to pivot the camera around. So Nell's arrived with her husband and son. I'm just going to flip around. She's very kindly knitted me a hat, 2 hats. In fact, pass me the other one. Right, so I'm just going to go in front of camera and do some modelling. In between the aviation action. So those of you who remember the community post from last week, and Dopey Gorp, if you're not in the chat, where are you? Because it was you that set the challenge in terms of Nell knitting me a hot pink hat, and here I am at Amsterdam Schiphol airport, get my words in, I'm all overcome with emotion. And I'm modelling the hat, complete with pom-pom. Check me out. However, and Nell has said in the chat that she is a bit nifty with the old knitting needles. No joke either, because we'll go without that one. Check this out. I feel quite emotional. And this, we have the official Plain Sailing Aviation logos.
And it's the classic sun bleached watchman hat.
Sun bleached watchman hats. There you go. And this is now my official headpiece, unless I'm actually requested to wear the pom-pom during the course of the show. Ah, well there we go. I'm taking coaching, you see. Nell's done the modelling. So, sorry? You are? Peter? Yeah. Good to meet you. And you're number 201, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, excellent. Josh?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Now, I'm absolutely touched you take the trouble to come and say hello. And it's a real pleasure. Yeah, but it's still, you'd be further along if you didn't stop here. So, it's absolutely a pleasure to meet you. See, it's lovely of you. Are you subscribed, Josh?
Sure.
I'm only teasing, you don't have to do any of that.
The official hat that you're wearing now, I started printing it yesterday morning, and I actually have footage to prove it.
That is efficient. Can I have a picture with you? Are you able to take one? I don't know which way you want to do it. I'm not used to selfies and stuff like this. Are you able to selfie us? Are we selfie?
Yeah, I can. Very good at it. How are we going to do that? Joshua?
Come on in, Josh.
No, I'm not going to be on.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be on.
Duffy, Honey, yeah, okay. 2, 1.
I'll have to go back on the camera.
Yes, please.
You're so kind. I'm absolutely took. Oh my lord.
Oh, well.
Sorry folks, I've literally lost my organisational skills. So Nell and her family are very kindly, as you know, taking the journey to say hi. I'm now equipped with a couple of extra hats and I'm absolutely rendered speechless. Sorry I was a bit slapdash on the camera, but I'm genuinely touched, and it's moments like that that really do catch you. So I'm sorry that I wasn't pointing the cameras in all the right direction. Let's try and get in the live chat. So just catching up, Ken says he's good at knitting. I'm not sure, we might need proof. Thanks, Nell. So, oops, crikey. Do you want to go to camera now?
I'm making you tea and biscuits.
Hang on, I'm getting tea and biscuits, folks. Are you sure?
Yes, this is very hot water,
Yeah, it's
87 degrees.
Listen, you are so kind, the three of you. I don't know. It was worth coming just to say hello. I mean, for me.
But you know, you didn't have coffee this morning and everything.
Oh dear, right. I'm getting tea and coffee as well. Cleaning the
I don't
skies.
have coffee, so
Oh,
it's
so
tea.
sorry. No. Tea is good. Right, catching up with the chat. Eddie Dupau. Dutch, I'm thinking. Guten Morgen. Welcome to the show. Janelle, you're right. Janelle says cool hat. And I'm not cool. So actually a hat does that. Eddie, my son, says thank you, Nell.
You're welcome.
He's wearing the pink one.
Great.
Oh dear. Good morning, Margaret McKenna. And Margaret loves the hat as well. So, do you want to say hi in front of the camera? Let me just flick it round. So, let's zoom it out. we come round this way. You'll be able to see this side, sorry. You coming a bit? You all good? And here's Nell,
Hello.
one of our moderators.
And this is Hubby 201, my husband Peter.
Absolutely legendary on the channel. More than once has got us over the 200 subscribers mark.
Look at the plane.
And I better get back on the planes.
It's a small one.
We are a people channel.
It's an interesting one.
Oh my lord.
What's
That's
that?
a 318, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, I'm gaining my composure.
Have you won the tea bag out of it?
Oh yeah, it's a very British thing to take the tea bag out. I don't know in Belgium whether some people like them in, don't they, and some don't.
We never do it.
Actually, I'm going to leave mine in.
Okay,
Be-
yeah.
be probably easier because I'm got to try and do that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm jolly chilly.
We wanted to bring the sun, but all we got is tea.
Oh, is this for me as well?
Yeah, biscuits, chocolate.
Are you
biscuits.
sure?
Yes.
Oh man.
You know, I felt so sorry this morning you started early and nothing was open. And like, oh, you're standing here. It's not really that cold here.
Oh, you're just so kind, people. It's not really been the day for spotting, has it?
Lots of planes, but
No, it's not going to improve enough during the remainder of the show. To be honest, I was hanging. Once I knew you were en route,
yeah.
I thought I'm not passing up the chance to say hi, and it would have been a disaster if I hadn't been here. Oh. So just catching back up with the chat. Oh dear. Can't believe this. Just too much excitement. James Daly, good morning to you. James Daly likes my new hat as well. It's you're creating a, what do they say when it trends? Yes, you're creating a trend. Political bias, good morning to you. And political, I need to offer a sincere apology because I missed shouting out your super chat yesterday. I know Eddie and the mods spotted it and called it correctly, but I failed, and therefore I just want to say a belated and heartfelt sorry. You know I wouldn't have missed it on purpose, and you're a great friend to the channel as always. The good thing about Amsterdam is you can rely on the planes to keep coming, can't you? Tea's lovely. So you're in Amsterdam for dinner or shopping or?
We're going to the Vermeer exhibition in the Rijksmuseum.
Sorry?
The Vermeer exhibition?
Vermeer exhibition?
Yeah.
And what's that involved?
It's a lot of paintings from Johannes Vermeer.
Okay.
Big famous painter, and it's like once in a lifetime so many paintings have been brought together. And
seminal moment really then. Yeah, that was a gorgeous 330, Ken. We've done well for the 330s, haven't we? Janelle, see you later. For some obscure reason, I don't seem to be able to hear my sound. That's better. I think I hadn't got the headphones on properly. So calling it, let's have a look. Alibi, thanks mate. Embraer 175 from Prague, somewhere out there in the gloom. My eyes are peeled, Alibi. Oh, dearie me. So how long did it take you to get here?
Just under 2 hours.
Oh, that's a fair drive then. That is a lovely little aircraft. Anybody in the chat flown in one? Just curious what they're like inside for comfort. As you can see, it's a very compact setup.
Yes.
It's handy.
Yeah, my tripod is a lot heavier than yours, so it seems very good to
Sorry?
take on the road. The tripod.
This is a travel one,
Yeah.
so this will fold up to 40 inches high,
Perfect.
which will fit in a wheelie suitcase or even a rucksack, so you're kind of compliant for carry-on luggage.
Yeah.
It's not as easy to use as my regular one, so when I'm streaming in the UK, it's a bigger, sturdier one,
Yeah.
probably the kind of thing you're talking
Yeah.
about.
But
This is
it's great.
quite...
You just have to be careful for hurricanes. But
Oh yeah, this would not be good on a particularly windy day, never mind hurricane level. It you can hook on around £2 worth of weight, but no more than that. And usually I hang my tablet on here, but unfortunately that's gone faulty, so that's in my rucksack at the minute. Usually when I'm filming, I'll have the laptop just here so I can toggle between the two views. Exquisite. Unfortunately failed on me this morning, so it's frozen in the powered off, and you can't power it down, it's just going to have to go flat. But usually that would sit on here and I'd be able to flip between the two things, whereas today I'm kind of reliant on the phone. But to be honest, I think what we'll do, probably bring the show to a conclusion in the next sort of 15 minutes anyway. I was hanging on to meet you guys.
next time I'll meet you fingerless mittens.
You think of everything, don't you?
Oh, I see your hands.
Well look, this is how I get round it. Just going on, a bit more action. Would you like a biscuit?
No.
Sure. They all mine.
Yeah. Because it's not too cold. It's not that wet. It's okay. It's very misty.
Yeah, it's temperature-wise, it's quite pleasant, isn't it?
It's better than
Except
the
on your extremities.
Yeah, at least there isn't that much wind.
Right, I'm just going to have to, during this intermission, and there are other brands available, as they always say. There was also equipped me with some biscuits, so I apologise in advance for the crunching sounds that you're going to hear, but I can't help myself. I'm sure there's time enough between planes. So folks, just checking in with the chat when I get into my phone. Okay, so I'm going to put it to the chat, as I always do. We're going to bring the show to a close shortly. What is there out there traffic wise? So Ken and Alibi, let's have a look. Next arrival, Ken says, is a KLM 737 from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Visual. Well, barely. So, question for the mods, let's have a look. Jock Die, good morning to you. I think I've said hi to you before on previous streams. Certainly good morning, my friend, from a very misty Amsterdam Schiphol airport. Fog might be lifting slightly on the far side of the airfield, but it's not going to lift fast enough for the remainder of the show. So let's have a look. Ken says we've got a 787, a 777 and an A330 close in. I think then on that we'll call the show on the arrival of the 330, if that is the last of the three. I think that's going to be the best thing. I mean, I've been really appreciative of the fantastic support on the show. It really has been a boost for me trackside in this wretched fog. And even better to meet one of our moderators in person. So it's been a win-win despite the unpromising weather conditions. So, back to the chat. I suppose I better check how much battery I've got in this phone, won't I? Otherwise my Uber's going to be a bit of a problem. So the plane that we've just seen was an incomer from Istanbul. Thanks, Ken. So you look once you look in the box.
No, it's
You see, it's all in. Sorry.
It's a very good setup to keep it dry with the cables.
I've been looking everywhere for a box of exactly those dimensions, because obviously you want something that's going to fit inside a wheelie suitcase or a rucksack, or you're going to have problems if you're going to fly anywhere. Oh, another plane. Air motor. I do like that livery. Don't think it breaks my top 10. Now here's a question. We were talking about how to draw the show to a close. There was that KLM special livery as well that Eddie was on about. Anyone jog my memory on that one? Because that will be a great way to finish, if it's going to be with us sort of in the next, I don't know, 30 minutes or thereabouts. Thanks, Ken, confirming we've got an incoming Transavia 737 from Salzburg. Alibi, what flight am I going home on? You'd think I'd know, wouldn't you, off the top of my head? I do know. I'll tell you in a jiffy. It departs at 16:45. I'm just going to film this plane landing and I'll tell you. I've got the KLM app on my phone for my boarding pass. That's why I'm fretting about making sure I don't run out of juice for the phone. It's not just the Uber that will be a problem. So here's our Transavia. Funny, you know, the taxi driver that brought me here this morning was talking planes, as I mentioned earlier in the show, and he was saying how Transavia was a bit functional. It sounded almost like a Dutch equivalent of Ryanair. We're reflecting, of course, that you can put up with a relative compromise on comfort if you don't have to pay very much. And as viewers of the show will know, I was quite positive about Ryanair when they took me to Dublin the other week. Right, Alibi's question. Let's answer the question. So, without further ado, KLM. Don't fail me now. Boarding pass. Do not fail me now. I will be on flight KL 0963, which departs, it doesn't say, but I'll be arriving, sorry, at 4:45 UK time. So I would think that's going to be, let's have a look. Gate closes at 16:15 local time here. So I would think taking off somewhere in the region of 3:45 UK time. Oop, another plane. Sorry?
I've got a power bank. If you want
Do you
to
really?
charge
I'm okay on power.
it. Yeah,
Oh, for the phone you mean? I'm not entirely sure. I've got 2 banks in the box anyway,
Okay, okay. So
and I'm not sure when my charging lead is, to be truthful.
yeah.
But
yeah,
That's
yeah. I
fine.
do.
yeah, well,
Yeah, no,
thanks.
okay.
No, thanks both. I'm impressed you carry a power bank with you.
My phone is very old. I need a power bank.
Whereas this one, I'm watching it from a sort of, if it gets to 50%, I will start charging it. Let's have a look. 56. So I think I'll start dribbling a bit of charge in it actually. But I'll just hook her into my box. I'll finish my tea first. In fact, no, I'm going to film the plane first.
Yes, this is priority.
Just bear with me folks, I'm just reaching for a charging cable out of my little Tupperware box of swag. See extra features that keep the show on the road. Good enough, I think.
78 degrees still on the bottom. Okay, this is the last stop. Sorry.
That's good.
Sorry.
Oh, very good. Thank you very much. You have thought of everything. Well, I'm hoping that when you do go to London City that we're able to film you. Whether we can or not, we will try. Because if we do London City, we naturally match it up. We're going to Heathrow the day before, so that's how we kind of roll. Just drop me a line when you do know. If we're streaming, we probably would look to do Thursday, Friday. Lovely stuff. Back in the chat in a second, folks. So I'm just waiting for my phone to refresh. Okay, sorry people, I'm gonna be a little bit behind. Poor organisation. So Alibi, I was showing the flight details. Robin Harrison, thanks so much for your kind support. We try, don't we? Thanks Ken with the heavy alert with the KLM Dreamliner. Don't worry Carl Shield, next time I go to the Emerald Isle, I'd like to go in an ATR 72 when I'm filming from Dublin. Here's some it sounds juicy. So let's get back to it, back to the chat. Dopey Gorp, good morning to you. How are you, my friend? Were you in the chat? I'll show you at the end if not, because you set this thing rolling. Nell's come up with oh hang on a minute, I'm just going to say goodbye to Nell and the family.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the streams. Thank you.
Would you mind emailing me the photograph?
Yes, I will mail you the photos.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Have a great day, people. And I'm back. So, let's have a look. So yes, Dopey Gore, I've got a hat with a pom-pom, a pink one. And I also have a hat with the official Plain Sailing Aviation logo on it. All courtesy of Nell W. Ah, good old British Airways. Off into the gloom. Just catching up with Alibi's tribute to Ken. I mean, Ken has just been an absolute stalwart today, but you all pitch in all the right places. Such a great team. Simon's had Mother's Day duties. I think Eddie the editor is probably in that camp. I've not seen a post from him. Catching up, Everett Sky Cargo. Blinking heck. great to you guys as it did to me. You guys and girls, should I say. Catching up with the chance. Jonathan Young, good morning. How are you? Don't worry, Carl, my passport is always ready. I like it because the picture makes me look about 7 years younger, which is the reality of it, of course. I'm not in a rush for an upgrade. No, Cathay Spotters, sorry. I'd love to stay, but I'm going to be on the way back to the airport before then. God, that's the one that got away. I'll tell you what, folks, I feel like a new man after Nell and her family have plied me with tea and biscuits. Right, let's get back to the chat, because what we were going to be doing was working out the plane we wanted to finish on. Like a consensual view as best as we can get on that. YT fan, hello, welcome to the stream, belatedly on my part. I've been a bit here, there and everywhere, haven't I? That is a long plane. Good morning, Peter E. How are you doing, my friend? Hope Sunday's treating you well. Now that looks quite natty, doesn't it? Yep, I like that. Simon Kirby. Yeah, I probably would consider trading my passport for something tempting enough. Oh dear, right, I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, sorry Ken, the timer on the screen, I don't know how that activated. Hopefully you're all still with me. I'm not quite sure what triggered that. It might have been when I was plugging my phone into one of the power banks. Oh dear me. It's been a bit of a challenge. Not a good challenge today, really. Carl Shield, yes, that is a very nice LL. In fact, somebody just saying in the chat you've got the visuals, but I just don't know how I managed to activate that timer. It's a little touch screen, and if you don't actually touch the timer, it won't appear. So obviously I did, but I don't know how. Probably because I was trying not to open the lid of the box fully, because it was starting to drizzle again. And with all the gubbins in there, the whole show is basically in a plastic box. Well, apart from the camera. You know what? The fog is lifting now, isn't it? You might not be able to tell on screen, but I'm just looking over the airfield. I can see a row of trees I couldn't see 20 minutes ago. Thanks PB. That was definitely an unscripted timer break. So, moderator team, anything tasty like to come in the next sort of 15-20 minutes? I think that KLM special livery was due in, was it not, around 1:15? So despite my slightly haphazard performance at this end, hopefully folks enjoyed the show, as best you can do in foggy conditions. If you have liked it, please do hit the like button, help us with YouTube, and of course subscription doesn't cost you anything, but again helps us with YouTube. And if you hit that notification bell, you'll stay plugged into what we've been up to and what's upcoming and all the rest of it. So the next show from us will be back in the UK. That will be Newcastle, and that will be the Saturday show. I'm thinking 7 o'clock start, 7:30, sorry, 7:30, unless there were any movements that warranted starting a little bit earlier. Obviously you don't get quite the same variety at Newcastle. It's got its own charms. This fog is lifting, isn't it? Right, Ken, UK time, yeah, so 12:15 here now. I'll have had to have booked out by then, mate. sadly. Carl Shield asks, do I ever have a lie-in? Not really. I'm not much of a sleeper, to be honest. I wish I could sleep better, so it's not because I don't want to sleep. I think when I was younger, I could sleep for England. If sleeping was a sport, I could sleep, yeah, Olympic standard. In my 50s, the gift is gone. Bit of a wheelie. Even last night at the hotel, I'm not sure which runway it was, I was too tired to check it out, but I could see the takeoffs, so I got the curtain nets and the curtains all pulled back. Just fell asleep watching the planes take off. That worked, eventually. Of course, you initially have to fight down the urge to go on flight radar and see what it is. Have a look. Ken's the king of flight radar. He probably needs his own emoji actually. And Simon, yes, you're right. It does look like we have a lot of company on the Glasgow stream. Most principally Jerry of Big Jet TV. I know Mac's also committed to doing it. And excuse me. And you know, that was very much something that I wanted to do for the channel. I'm having a bit of a rethink on that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. I may still continue with the plan and stream there. Equally, I might figure that if it's going to get covered to that extent, which to be fair, Ken did warn me would probably happen, that whether I get enough bang for my buck, I'm better off saving the money and going again another day. I don't know, I'm just going to weigh that one up. So look out for an announcement. I'll put something out which confirms what we're up to. On its own, that change won't affect the plan to stream from Edinburgh on the Monday, because I do that there and back. But Glasgow would need an overnight, so I figure go easy on the cash. Just checking if my phone's charged enough to disconnect it. Probably not yet. Oh, excellent news. Ken Alloway says the Orange Pride livery is arriving in 22 minutes. However, there's something coming even sooner. Let's have a look, see. What time we're streaming to today? Dopey Gorp. I nearly called it about 2 hours ago. I think 11:30 will be our absolute cut-off. That should allow us to get the KLM special livery, which will be good. Hope everybody's okay with that. I mean, the support today has been stellar. It's not been the greatest visual experience, obviously because of the fog, which is inch by inch lifting. I bet it'll be gorgeous here this afternoon. Well, I think Nell did say it'll probably be raining. Political bias. What did I do for a living before I retired? Right, well, I was a contract manager when I actually retired. Started off as a pit electrician as a kid, and a couple of things in between. Where do the years go, eh? Oop, another plane. So thank you to everybody that's watched the show today or just joined us. We're into that last phase. We have a KLM special livery due in about 20 minutes. So all pointed and ready. Jan Keys, Deal-Off, welcome back, mate. Hope you've been keeping out of mischief in the meantime. Andy P, thanks mate. I mean, they're the breaks sometimes, aren't they? Live broadcast comes with its own challenges. Sometimes it's the equipment, and sometimes it's the weather. I think the thing was, I was looking forward to a full day of sunshine. I'll be dead honest. No, joking aside, just not raining. I hadn't really thought about the fog until I looked out the hotel window this morning, and then I thought a max stream from either here or Brussels, I can't remember which it was, and I remember thinking about all the time and effort that he would have put into planning, and basically the fog had banjaxed his plans, and it just shows you it happens. In fact, Jerry had something similar, didn't he, at Los Angeles recently, I think folks will have seen. Truth, you wouldn't have it any other way. If you don't get out there to film it, you're never going to catch it. Ah, don't forget, previously in contracts and tenders. Sound well educated, says PB. That software, I've got to do that, PB. You know, like you can get, I don't know, get Photoshop to make people look younger. I've got something that works on the audio. I've not got it on Oxbridge graduate setting yet. It's a bit bouncy. British Airways in from Heathrow, no doubt. Well, I'm guessing Heathrow. Don't know if Gatwick do this one, but of course it's Glasgow and Edinburgh potentially, I suppose. Anyway, good old BA. Front and centre. Thanks, Alibi. That was Gatwick. Ken, a bot. I'm thinking about it. To be fair, that would be an upgrade. Good morning, YT fan. Good morning, Laura Coyle. I do apologise if I've missed anybody in my enthusiasm. I don't think I've quite recovered my composure since I met Nell W and her family. Absolutely fabulous gesture, great people. I mean, they're going on to see an art exhibition in Amsterdam, but you probably caught Nell saying 2 hours to get here, and of course leaving here, I'm sure Amsterdam's like every other capital city, parking being a pain and all that. And she brought me tea and biscuits and some sweets, which I'm saving for the return journey. I think she said these were Dutch rather than Belgium. I want to be corrected. It's always good to save something for the return leg. Well, in between dunking my biscuits. Don't forget, I just had the one last night. Heineken Silver, I think it was silver. So not local as in off the beaten patch local. I just settled down for a chicken burger and chips, had a pint, and I was absolutely wiped. I mean, no kidding. I mean, I did want to watch the Jerry's Antonoff stream. I think I said yesterday that I was planning on doing so. Yeah, I literally, it's what I said, I hit the hay, pulled the curtains back, lights dimmed, and just watched the planes and fell asleep. Fit for nothing. I mean, one of those people, you know, when you fall asleep on the train, you always run the risk, don't you, of missing your station. Well, that's how I was. Well, I've been up at 2:30 on yesterday for the outward trip, and I guess it caught up with me. Right, so our Orange Pride is 10 minutes out. We're going to finish on the Orange Pride. I do like the idea of finishing on a high, and that does sound like a star of the show kind of plane, doesn't it? Well, one of the stars of the show. The good news is I thought I was going to have to spend about 15 minutes wiping everything down before I could pack it away, but the drizzle has kind of, the dew has burnt off. Sorry folks, I'm struggling to pick this one up. Telescope award, it's there. That was possibly the most woeful bit of camera work I've served up, and to be fair, it's up against some stiff competition. I just could not pick that, which tells me that the conditions might be easing over on the far side of the airfield, but not necessarily this side. In fact, those trees that I said I could see over the far side are just starting to become shrouded again. Thanks Dopey Gorp. I really enjoyed it, although I wished I'd picked this spot. When I come next time, we will definitely be further down the polder barn. I just went with what seemed to be logical. The Spotters Park offered pretty decent views, but once you get your eye in, you're always looking for an enhancement, aren't you? And thanks for your kind words about today. Definitely tried. Am I 4 telescopes today, Ken? I would have thought it would have been more. Andy P, thanks on the commentary. I'm not sure it's quite what I got in my head. I usually come with some notes to sort of feed around the stuff that I improvise with, but with the tablet freezing on me, I haven't got access to any of that. But hey ho, I've enjoyed it. I think that's first and foremost the goal, isn't it? Go out, watch some planes in good company, which is like you good people, and then just see what goes. I'll be honest with you, those pocket warmers, which seemed a really good idea, I don't know, an hour ago, maybe it's even less, are now starting to be a bit of a nuisance. It's warming up quite nicely, although I just don't see the sun breaking through. I can't see what the light count is, moderator team. I'm trying to look at this on my phone. Anyone want to shout it out? How are we doing? Well, at the end I'll do a piece to camera, because I'm not sure if Dopey Gorp saw me in my hats. So you wouldn't want to miss that. I can't believe how efficient Nell is. I mean, she really is able to knit on a scale that, I don't know, a speed that, I don't know, equivalency would probably be Lewis Hamilton in his Formula 1 car. I swear to God. Not just that, the one that I'm wearing has actually got PSA across the front. She's got the letters interspersed with the hat. Unbelievable. That's my moment of the day. In fact, moment of the weekend. I know I'm biased, but we do get the very best people on this stream. Okay, so where are we? 74 likes. Be nice if we could get to the 100. I always use that cricket analogy, don't I? 100 for the century. Nice milestone. I can hear something. So let's see if I can find it with the camera and avoid another telescope moment. Oh, Bennett. Sorry folks, complete failure again. Better get my eye in. Usually when I'm filming, I use some kind of landmark to reference against, and there are a couple of little marks I'm using. You can see in the water there's like a couple of tufts sticking out, if you will. They give me the start, but when I pull up from the reference markers, the planes are basically lost in the gloom, or some of them are anyway. So that's my killing zone there, you see. See, at the minute I can see something coming in, and you might be able to see it on your TV sets now. I don't know. I can't see it on the viewfinder just by naked eye. Well, I can see it's got big wings. Looks like a Dreamliner. Well, I've made a hash of that. It'd be that. Oh man. Do forgive me, team. I have no clue what. At least it wasn't the KLM special livery. Just catching up with the chats. Margaret, thanks for joining us. Have a great afternoon with the family, and we will catch you next week. Don't pick up, I have to admit, you are entirely right. It is a great community, and it's good people like yourselves and the other moderators and the regulars in the chat. And I know we have regulars that are in the Lurkers Lounge that prefer that space to the chat, although I'd always say jump into the chat. You're a great bunch of people to talk to. It's a people thing, innit? The planes are the planes. Thanks, Laura Coyle. 5 minutes out. Hopefully we'll get something else in between, just so I can break my streak of 2 absolute pig's ears of shots. Carl, from here I'll be straight to the airport, get my Uber, get a bit of lunch, get airside. Well, actually I'm going to go to the panoramic terrace. Here we go. Now that's what I like, that's balance. I watched that plane come in yesterday while I was setting up, and that is our final plane of the show, folks. So I'm just going to twizzle things around. Let's just check with the moderators first that there is nothing really tasty before I close down. So yeah, oh no! Right folks, I'm really sorry. When I put the charging cable back in the tub, I think it activated the timer. Now I've got a clean catch on that KLM special livery, and as it's the back end of the show, it'll be very easy for you to see, because I'm guessing you've missed that. So really I am so sorry, but you've not missed it. So there's that. Don't worry Laura, you will see it, but I don't know, it's a toughie, innit? Anyway, time up folks, let me twizzle the camera around, say my goodbyes, and I'll get packed up. So, yeah, it's been a tricky old gig today for different reasons, the fog being what it is, technical glitches at the start, the timer being activated by my clumsiness in the box. I didn't think that the cable touching it would actually risk activating anything, but hey ho, really sorry. But if you jump straight in, you will get it, or you should get it. Oh no, you're not, are you? Because you're just going to get the timer. Oh, I'm chatting out my heart. I'm going to go and cry somewhere. Anyway, it's been great. Ken, thanks for opening the shop up. Really appreciate that. Solid effort. 6 o'clock UK time, and of course Alibi doping up to Nell W. special shout out for Nell, and particularly as a recap for Dopey Gore. So here is my plain sailing aviation hat. And the one that you commissioned from Nell. How's that, buddy? And this is what you've done to me. I mean, look at this, it's a perfect fit. Luckily Nell has confirmed that she's not expecting me to be in pink all of the time. So we will be favouring the PSA hat. But I mean, what can you say? The work that's gone into this. Anyway, so special shout out for Nell. And not just for the hats, but the great chance to meet the family, bring me a drink, biscuits, hubby 201, as we know is a great friend of the show, and her son Josh. So that being that, I think let's bring the show to a close. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm really sorry about that timer. Too much tech. Anyway, have a great week. Look forward to seeing you all on Saturday at Newcastle.